What is happening in NetJ Gaming Dude here with some more Final Fantasy XIV, and we're going to be finishing the Shadowbringers expansion. So I'm not going to stop streaming until I finished it, but there's not much further to go. When did Shadowbringers even release? I don't know how much I want to go into spoilers, but I've kind of hit that point where the point in the story where, like, I'm at the end, it's just a matter of finishing the final parts of the story, and some insane things have happened just before I started streaming. Right, so we'll leave that. Nope, don't want to open the lodestone. So we're up to reassuring the masses, which is immediately after we beat FFXIV, or as he's known, I think he's called Innocence, in the raid. So for sure, we've got a decent amount, or a decent way to go really, with the story. Cool. So where are we going to? Hollow Pursuits, traditional. To the middle area. Maybe I'll sit myself closer to the TV like that. That's better. Wait, I should have teleported myself really. Like, that would have been a much better idea. Good old Bragi, still around. Back from the dead. When you absorb a little bit too much light, it starts to burn you on the inside. Slowly but surely. Come to think of it, 6.1 is going to be dropping soon in like another, I want to say 4 hours? So at least the game's going to remain online for another 4 hours. So hopefully that should be enough time for me to finish what we have left. Fingers crossed. I am going to try. Because I feel like I said immediately at the top, I'm not going to stop streaming until I do it, but then the only thing that could stop me is 24 hours of the service being offline. I ain't streaming for 24 hours with nothing happening, except for just the Final Fantasy XIV title screen just there. Rather. Just mild. It's good to walk around and just have like everyone be reassured you're okay, which to some extent, you know, like that's good. Keep the positivity going to whatever extent you can, really. Sup, Death Hollow? Okay, we're going to Camp of Curiosity. Oh, Deathman, just as a heads up, as far as the story goes, it's just after we've beaten FFXIV that we're up to, so just a bit of a heads up on that. I wasn't completely wrong. Half the theories that I was throwing out, not completely wrong, but my head could have definitely been in better places with some of those theories I was throwing out earlier in not the last stream, but the stream before. Yeah, because probably shouldn't be admitting I I'm meant to be working during the day. I think I spend more time playing Final Fantasy XIV than I am actually working. No further comment. Yeah. And I mean, that's not to say that I've been rushing through it either. I've definitely been taking my time with it. Honestly, it's wild though, like... God, there's so much to take in. And... I gotta say, Mount Gulg so far is my favorite duty so far in the entire game. Without doubt. Ah, right. I jumped one too many floors. I was going to, but actually what dungeon was I going to do in the last stream? Oh, it's because it was a weekend, that's why. It took a while before like enough people joined. And I was like just dead. I was about to like fall asleep because I woke up really early that day. It was a really good dungeon though. I think let me have a look at the duty finder. Should be able to see it. It was the Katana Revel that I was about to do that took a while for everyone to appear. Alright, I'm so... Oh, up the stairs, right, halfway I think. But yeah, Death Hollow, like I do want to hear like what your favorite dungeon was of the ones that we've seen, like of the ones so far. So like looking through specifically in Shadowbringers, because we've got like Whole Minister Switch, Don Meg, Katana Revel, Malika's Well, and Mount Gulg. Yet to come. Ooh, okay. Okay, I'll hold you that one, but yeah, I think in that case, probably don't mention it, and we'll it's not like I'm going to be able to get it to today, unless it's like literally the next one, which I feel like is going to be the final of the expansion completely. Or it could be between Shadowbringers and Endwalker, like there's that space as well. It's funny how like 6.1 is dropping in a few hours. Not dropping per se, but like that's when they're gonna start patching everything in. Especially if you blast through with a good tank, it gets pretty cool. It does. It's reimagined very differently than what I thought it was going to be when I heard the name Mount Gulg of all things. I think, because I only remember Mount Gulg from FF1. Hold on. FF Mount Gulg. I'm pretty sure it must have appeared in other games as well. Or maybe I'm insane in thinking that. Nope, it was definitely in Final Fantasy 1. Oh, it was in 9 as well. Hold on. 1, 9, and 14. I don't remember it in 9 though. One thing that I've always been impressed by with many of these duties is just how well the bosses are handled. The music sounds epic pretty much almost all the time. The boss fights themselves tell an entire story of like how the boss acts, how it fights, how It's interesting. It's like at Mount Gulg where at the no, not Mount Gulg. When you're fighting Vor-3 and then he like literally like turns into light. Did you do other raids yet? But the Alexander ones are really cool too. I've tried to do Alexander, but the problem is no one is doing them. Whereas when it came to the binding coils, I got a couple of the guys from from the same free company as myself to do those ones. So I might need to do the same for Alexander and Eden, most likely. But again, Eden definitely bottom of the list at the moment. The Alexander one, I tried to do the first one by myself. But I kept getting killed by the boss at the end. But that's probably because I didn't have good equipment and I was pretty underleveled, but I was doing it unsynced. That's the only way to go when you're by yourself. Oh, and then there's the Alliance raids as well for both, well, for all of the expansions so far, so I'm definitely wanting to do those for sure. And I know that there's also Savage versions of Alexander. The final trial fight is really cool, super well done. Because knowing Alexander, from what I remember, isn't Alexander just a giant castle? He kind of wills himself into existence almost in that sense. What does crystalline mean? Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's a giant castle. Did you struggle on Titania? Titania was... Oh! I did a little bit. I think I was the only one who died, but I only died once in the whole fight. Is it something similar to that? The Alexander fights, I mean. Oh, okay. That is interesting. Okay. I'm gonna keep that in mind because if it is, then it's well worth me trying Titania again. Just to kind of like make sure that I'm up to speed on what Alexander could be. But I'm also gonna look up his phases anyways. I'm still too high up at the moment. Alexander's a giant castle and takes raids placed inside its body before the final fight. Smaller versions of himself inside his own space. That is some Inception level stuff going on there. If I've ever seen it or ever heard of it, really. Jesus, that does sound kind of cool though, not gonna lie. One thing though that hits me is what was I gonna say? Completely forgot now. God damn it. What was I gonna say? I'll mention it when I remember it. I'm sure I will soon. Yeah. Now I remember what I was gonna ask. What's your favorite classes to play as in this game? Because there's so many of them, and they're also very varied. I'd be interested to know that. Because everyone's got their own. I mean, I couldn't be trusted to do a healer or a tank, to be honest, and rather just stick with DPS, but then that's just me.
The people of this city have spirit, I'll give them that. They've not lost the will to fight.
Ooh, indeed. Even though the light has returned to some extent.
I can imagine how torn you must feel in that sky. No.
Way to nail it in. It really all was just a mess. I mean, what more can be said?
An all too familiar one. Here you stand alone, expecting no one else to bear the burden for you. You're in a corner, and there doesn't seem to be any obvious way out.
Indecisive about Dark Knight Warrior, Gunbreaker Machinist, Red Mage Summoner, Samurai, Ninja, Reaper Suspenders. Okay, that's interesting. My go-to are either so the classes I'm best as are Samurai and Reaper. So I normally go with, if I were to pick one, I would go Reaper, then Samurai, and then third would be Summoner, because the Summoner is so damn cool for being able to summon a mini Bahamut and a mini Phoenix. Like, you have to be kidding me when you look at something like that. That seems a little OP as a spellcaster.
But that doesn't mean it's over. However hopeless it seems, you haven't lost yet. I remember looking up at the sky like this before. Being caught up in a strange kind of calm. It was after we realized we were responsible for the flood. When we resolved to journey to the source by taking our own lives.
I feel like that's an easy way out. Attempting to take your own life in order to attempt to fix what you
one last
kind of caused.
One last fight. One last failure. And then the oracle appeared and, well, you know the rest.
I feel like we're partly to blame for that one last failure at the end.
There were times in the years and decades that followed when I wondered if we might not have been better off just letting the rejoining happen. That we'd made one last mistake. But seeing that giant Talos stir to life...
Yeah, Summoner is just straight OP. Oh my god. It's wild though.
Always we took the burden of fighting upon ourselves. That's what heroes do, isn't it?
Actually, fun fact, when I started playing this game, I started off as an Arcanist. With a revive spell, not a lot of real downsides. Yeah, not a lot of real downsides for sure. I mean, the resurrection, hell yeah. As an Arcanist, like, because that's the class I started as, and I don't regret it one bit. Starting off in Limsa Laminza, which was probably like my favorite of the three locations, just because I'm a sucker for beaches and games. Or an ocean view even. Yeah, no, the Arcanist did me good. Not a lot of downsides, true. It actually, the skills of a summoner and an arcanist do mitigate the downsides, because the only downside is casting time, which you can use not lucid dreaming, not sure cast, but the other one, where you can instantly cast spells for a short period of time without having to wait, and then being able to do like outburst moves, summoning stronger creatures.
Anything like that.
Just gets better and better.
Together as one. To think that their hope still burns so bright. That they were still so eager to live, they would lift up their fellows, one on top of the other, till they reached the sky.
To some extent, these guys ended up reaching the sky.
We made the right decision. And I can finally feel proud of the part we played in helping this world survive.
But what do we do from here? That's the question. That's what I'm wondering right now. Is like,
Well,
we're here in the now, but
come on then.
this isn't a quick cast skill outside of summon moves. So if you use summon,
As I thought,
group runs forward.
what happened between us was no coincidence.
Oh, I got left behind a few times. That's probably the only real downside as a summoner, 100%.
My story may be finished, but the fates have gifted me a minor role. I suspected as much the moment I realized you could hear me. But it's hard not to doubt yourself when you're the man who caused the flood. I was afraid to do anything more than watch for fear of making things even worse. But no longer. After all, the path I once walked is now yours to finish. For what it's worth, I cast my lot with yours.
That's confidence.
If you need
That's
a push,
confidence inspiring
I'm
right there.
behind you. If you lose control, I'll do my best to stop you. So, let us be about it, hero.
It's so weird that we were on. Game audio sounds a little rough. Like a little quiet, or
Oh, I was worried you were up here all alone, brooding and fretting and wallowing in your woes. But look at you, grinning at nothing like a pollen-drunk pixie.
let's try this. Game audio. Maybe if I go down a bit and go to. Let me know how the game audio sounds now. I'll just get some speech going on over here.
Look at what you've done to your ether. It's a mess. And you have cracks running all over that pretty soul of yours. My poor little sapling. Whatever am I to do with you? Shall I yield up my throne? You could claim it, cut ties with the mortal world, hide away in the castle.
As nice as that sounds to hide away, probably not the best idea.
But would it really matter? If any pesky heroes come calling with steel and magic, all of Il Meg will rise up in your defense. My crown and scepter are yours, if you want them.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what's happening with the audio. What I'll do is I'll see if I can put it in. Okay, I just put OBS on performance mode, so hopefully that should help. From time to
Don't give
time.
me that look. Of course I knew before I asked that you'd never ever heed such a wicked suggestion. And besides, what would become of my precious and ephemeral flower?
Phil was definitely always a strange one throughout the entire expansion, I feel like, that we've been dealing with.
My dear beloved sapling.
Also,
You are lost,
didn't Phil
confused,
like
and
get
have
a hell of a
precious
lot
little
bigger
time
as well?
to gather your wits. Your kind is always so preoccupied with what lies ahead, and so we muddle your vision with fog and glamour. But such trickery is easy to see through.
Hopefully it gets a little bit better later on, but if not, then I'll just try and
Stand very,
restart
very
my
still.
machine
Think
later on
not
if
of
that's
where
the
you
case.
need to go, but where you are right now at this moment, at this time, in this place.
But I'm wondering if like my mic audio is coming across like pretty well, or if that's kind of crackly as well.
Our cairn of crystal.
Bastian stuff so far.
From shadowed hood he watched you go,
Ooh, like
his ruby eyes with warmth aglow.
all of the stuff runs real deep, and I feel like we kind of already knew that. It was just how deep did it run? Like where was the for us to find out that Emmett Selleck was the one who created
I saw you,
Volthree the way that he
and that
is.
shall be the close to close.
I mean, we're not going to hear from La Brea anymore, thankfully. And then the stuff that's happening in the castle. I'll just keep droning on, to be honest. That's probably the better idea, I feel like, with my mic. Or maybe it's... can't be, hold on. Let me see if I can. Just gonna remove this. And then plug it back in again. I think it might be my capture card that's not... wanting to play nice. So I just go to... Let's see how the game audio sounds now. Give it a bit.
What do with it, I wonder? I'll be watching and waiting. Waiting and watching.
Because the game audio is incredible. I feel like missing out on that seems a bit off the cuff. Or rather unfortunate, because it's all part of the experience, I feel like. Especially with playing this game. As far as the Ascian stuff, I really want to know what's going on back at Galmod. After the last cutscene that happened there, I'm just like, I need to know what's happening there. There's so much. God damn, man. It's just, yeah, I just want to know what's going on there. Back at the source. Okay, so we need to gather some information. Oh yeah, they got chocobos here now as well. What do I know of the Crystal Exarch? Surprising revelations. The fact that the Exarch was in fact was what's his face? I can't remember his name. It's been so long since he's been in the game. Oh goddamn! But that was wild. When his hood just blew off. He was never a threat to begin with, and yet we kind of treated him as such, which is kind of sad. Actually, just change this to party for later on, so I don't accidentally put anything in the Novus network. Cabinet of... right then, I need to go upstairs, yep. Of course I did. Though I'm curious about the Tempest place that Emmett Selleck mentioned, and I can't help but think that that may very well be a place we'll be going to because he asked us to meet him there. It's going to be interesting to see how things go. And I can only say that so much because now there isn't much to theorize besides all of the Asian stuff that we now need to, where like everything is going to be taken center stage. What's going to happen to the rest of the light that's within us as the main character? Like, you know, what more is there that could be? Exox memoirs. Lena, is it? Yeah, she'd probably know. Of all people. No, where is she? Might just be easier to always go through the journal. Oh, she's outside near Fort Job. Job. Let's fly, because it's been a while since I have actually. It's funny to see a lizard flying that's not a dragon because he doesn't have any wings. Though I suppose Drake means baby dragon to some extent, I think. I could be wrong about that. Be happy to be corrected on that one at least. Here we go. It's because no one saw me waken, I mean, or get up. Arose. No one saw me arise, I guess, I don't know. Welcome surprise. Now for me the exile was returned to us. Yeah, he did say he was technically alive. It was a matter of what we did, or what our actions are. A key. Umbilicus. This room is the heart of the tower in which only the exile himself is permitted to enter. Okay, so there's a key to a room in the heart of the Crystarium that leads to opening or creating the defensive barrier surrounding the entire area. I'm curious now. I feel like now's the time for us to get answers and not more questions, unless it's like part of the main story. Just noticed the audio just completely flip-flopped on me here. Anyways, next quest. The Unbroken Thread. Now, how lazy am I feeling? Lazy enough to teleport. Oh god, the audio is going absolutely wild right now. Hold on, give me a sec. What the heck is up with the audio on this? Oh, it's gotten a lot worse, the audio. Yikes. Let me just see if I can try to... Oh, I'm feeling it right now. Like, I can visually see it going nuts right now. Okay, I'm just going to... I should do it. I hope this fixes it. Hold on. This is live tech support. This is... Oh, jeez. Maybe I've got too much stuff open as well and it's just not... It's buffering. Maybe. What I'll do is I'll just... exit that. Exit that. Okay, that looks like it's... What the heck? I was just like, yeah, this should be everything, and then... Hold on, wait, did anything crash? No. What? My PS5 is still turned on. And then... I mean... Okay. Okay, Death Hole, how does that sound? That is, Ooh, thank goodness. Alright. Sweet. Also, is it just me, or does the visuals look a little bit better than before? Or am I just imagining things here? Let me know, because I'm using a shoddy laptop that's not particularly good. Maybe I should get some better gear. We are being expected. Yeah, those 3 question marks after the maybe is definitely how I feel shaking my head right now. Oh. It's good to laugh at ourselves every once in a while as we see everything fall apart.
I have unlocked the door to the umbilicus. You are free to enter.
This is the first time it's actually ever happened on stream where everything has just gone tits up so badly that it just imploded.
Once you have what you require, I'll see it sealed once more. Until then, I will remain without.
Okay, now I'm very curious about this room that Lena was going on about. Looks like a library. Almost like Matoya's cave, in a way. Well, no, not really. Graha as the
moment to
Exarch
collect
is a
my
minion.
thoughts, I prithee.
That would be wild to walk around with.
Thy true name is Grahatia, then. By
But
thy
what is he
claims,
doing here as well?
thou
That's what
too
I'm wondering
art a
about.
native of the source, though from an age beyond our own, when the 8th umbral calamity hath visited devastation upon our star. Thou hast, by subtle means, reached across the boundaries of time and space to unsow the seeds of catastrophe, ere its creeping vines drag our champion unto an early grave.
One thing that's absolutely wild is making the Crystal Tower side quests as part of the main quest was a smart idea for Square to do post 5.2 or 5.3, I want to say. Because then it allows
essence,
everything
yes.
to make sense.
A difficult story to swallow, I am sure.
God, Orianji, like, I can't imagine what's going through his head.
I doubt not the veracity of thy words, not the account of thy coming, nor that of the fated calamity. Yet my mind straineth still to apprehend the enormity of this tale.
Certainly. But where to begin? In hopes of staying the unending tides of war, he and his fellows pursued all manner of possible solutions. One of these was rooted in a theory which unified several fundamental principles discovered over the course of the Warrior of Light's adventures. It proposed a method by which one could enter the river of time, traverse the rift, and leap between worlds.
But that makes it sound way too easy, or way too simple, rather. I doubt it could be that easy to jump
Perfecting
between
that
rifts
idea,
as such.
however, was a work which consumed their lifetimes, and thus was it left to future generations to decide whether theory would be put into practice.
Which sounds... that makes a lot more sense.
But all the while, the world continued to burn. Hope was a feeble outpost, beset on all sides by thievery and misery, and people cried out in despair. There is no hope. We are finished. Mankind is finished.
And that is the exact phrase that Emmett Selleck literally says
Then others
Right
raised
there.
their voices.
after beating...
Though we be beyond salvation, those who came
what's his
before
face?
may yet be saved. We will forge a crossroads and pave the way for a different future. By the wisdom of our forebears, we will prevent this calamity from ever having come to pass.
That's the hope, is like we would hope for it not to pass, but then there's like some things that are being done behind our backs that we're not
But
aware
some
of.
few took up Sid's research and labored to realize those impossible. After 2 centuries of labor, their descendants
centuries,
finally
jeez.
succeeded in awakening the Crystal Tower, an integral part of the process, and in doing so, roused its caretaker, me.
So, oh my god, so it makes sense as to why he went into
By
the
this
Crystal
stage,
Tower
scholars had largely
and sealed
established
himself
the
in.
phenomena underpinning the rejoining, and identified the first as the shard which precipitated the 8th umbral calamity. This grand structure was already capable of storing the energies required to attempt the translocation. All that remained was to augment some few of its functions based upon the theoretical models of Sid and his compeers.
So pretty much what I'm getting out of this conversation is that Graha literally played some straight up 5D 10,000 IQ chess and managed to predict that, oh, you know what, the world is kind of stuffed.
By
I
means
should
of
probably
such
travel into the
technologies
future and
didst
fix
thou
that.
affect thine arrival in the first, to an age before this star had joined with the source.
How do you even come up with something like this?
Some while before, as it turned out. 'Tis all but impossible to predict how time will flow between one world and the next, and we missed our mark by almost an entire century. But this only worked in our favor. The Sin Eaters could not be defeated without the blessing of light, and summoning the only woman who might stand a chance against them would require decades of preparation.
An undertaking of scarce credible endurance. But thou hast kept thy hand from falling into disarray these many years, bordereth on the miraculous.
Bordering on miraculous, not,
Yet
don't you mean
howsoever
straight up
history
miraculous?
Be rewritten. Thy present self was shaped by events which followed the calamity. Should said catastrophe be averted, the very skein of thine existence will unravel. Surely thou hast foreseen this.
I am aware of the consequences. 'Tis for that very reason Sid and his colleagues bequeathed their legacy as an offering, and not an edict. To give all of oneself for the happiness of others, and with no promise of reward. 'Tis a hard thing to ask.
There it is.
Harder still for those condemned to survive in a world which pitted brother against brother. Indeed, you are right to call the execution of this plan miraculous.
Yeah, beyond miraculous.
It
Come
was
on, man, at
her.
this point.
The warrior of light has been our unbroken Where others would stumble and fall, she would rise above. Where others, the warrior of light's tale is one of unyielding bravery. To tell it was to feel courage. To hear it. In the histories of a fallen nation was our hero hailed as its greatest ally. In the time-worn pages of a noble's memoirs were her deeds joyously retold.
Interesting.
For many, these stories were the flame which warmed them through the coldest of nights.
I feel like there's some time looping going on
so
here
it should
somehow.
come as little surprise that the plan found no shortage of volunteers, concerning as it did the Warrior of Light herself. It was their chance to add their own verse to the hit. She was the lodestar that brought them all together, to send their final message back through time and space to her.
Maybe
The
a lesser
light
time
of your
moves through space,
legacy
but
was our torch in the darkness.
God damn.
I am merely the bearer of that wish. Come to it.
Wherefore sharest thou this burden with me and no other? What wouldst thou have me say?
That you will be my accomplice? 'Twas you yourself who convinced me of your suitability when you spoke of how you learned of the flood and of your part in arranging Nymphilea's journey to the First.
Okay, this is a lot heavier than I expected it to be.
'Twas clear you were committed to the cause of saving this world. I knew I could trust you to choose the right path forward, even if that choice came with a heavy price.
What price?
When all is said and done, and the last of the Light Wardens lies slain, I will absorb their corrupted ether, and then I will die. Knowing what I know of your companions, not to mention your champion, but in saving one, they would save me. Therefore, I implore you to aid me in concealing my identity. To this end, I would have you take what I have told you of the calamity and make of it a portent, a prophetic vision you beheld.
But he's been taken away now, and the light is still inside of the Warrior of Light right now.
History remembered the Warrior
Or the
of
corruption,
Light, as I
rather,
know it would,
not the light.
and I will suffer no other to rescue the champion whose star has charted. I will see this tale to a happy end, my friend. There has been enough tragedy.
I'm getting pretty close to getting bloody teary-eyed, seeing all of that pretty much. Like
Careful now. If you lose control again, the light could claim you for good. Although it's probably only a matter of time before you succumb to the change in any case.
God, that's heavy.
What do you mean to do?
What else is there to do? Let's just say those few words are going to be equal capacity on both sides. Albeit different words altogether.
Then we should be on our way. Diassian mentioned the Tempest, did he not? That's the stormy seas around Calusia to you. His lair must be down there somewhere.
The stormy seas around Calusia. So how is there a region that is accessible to explore if it's like in the middle of the sea? I have questions about that. The name given to the seas by which Calusia is bound. Let's move. We know where to go and we know what needs to be done. It's just a matter of doing it. The Exarch tried to take all of this on his own, knowing full well what could potentially happen to him. In saying that, he did ask the Warrior of Light for a lot of things. He asked us for a lot of things. And it was heavy to begin with to do any, if not all of those things. Where does this leave us exactly? I feel like that's all too true. Where does this leave us now?
Ah, we have found thee.
Everyone's
Word
here?
reached us of thy recovery, and thus did we gather with all... Ah. By thy looks, I gather thou hast gleaned that which I came to tell thee.
So it looks like Uranji did in fact expect to tell
Orianji
us.
shared everything with us. The Exarch's
So much for keeping his end of the bargain.
I offer no excuses. When I agreed to aid the Exarch with his plans, 'twas in full acceptance of the condemnation I would face when my duplicity was laid bare. Yet it is not rancor, but resolve that I sense in thee. Thou art fully intent upon... If thou canst forgive my deception, or, failing that, set aside thy displeasure for a time, I do...
No use in dwelling on it. It's better that we just, start moving forward.
I thank thee. doubt not but that I will do all in my power to repay thy kindness and fulfill the Exarch's wishes.
I just looked up Graha's as a minion,
I'm
and apparently
sorry, but
we earn him
I don't think this is a good idea.
after completing the Shadowbringers quest, so that's going to be interesting when we get to that point. But what's going to
Leaving the
happen to him?
Crystarium, I mean, with or without Urianche. What I did for you won't last forever. There's no telling when the light will break free again.
What happened was a temporary measure.
Please, you must stay here. At
Reading
least
is
for a
done.
little while longer. We will find a way to cure this, I promise you.
How can you make promises? We don't even know where to start.
Alize, please. You know Reen was only trying to help.
Of course I know! I know only too well! But making promises you have no way of keeping is not a kindness. It's a lie. We've all searched high and low for an answer, and every one of us came back empty-handed. I am not about to stand in her way now. Not after failing her in her hour of need. No, the least we can do.
We will go with you as well. There is naught to be gained by standing still.
I don't think there's really much I can say that's going to add to what's going on at the moment.
Indeed, we have exhausted every other avenue. Lead, and we shall follow. If there is any hope to be found.
Are we all in agreement then?
Is there aught we can do to help?
The folks at the Crystarium?
Though we may not know the whole story, and while the Exarch's away, it falls to the rest of us to see the Warrior of Darkness.
You told them!
No! Well, not in so many words.
Aye, we didn't need it spelled out for us. When the night sky appeared over whichever place you went to, it was harder not to put two and two together.
Okay, I'm not going to give...
From the
I'll
moment
give them
I heard
that. That makes
two and the
sense.
Exarch shared the homeland, I had my suspicions. Long had he been waiting for a certain someone to arrive. And I knew at once that it must be you.
I feel like we've kind of given the plot away partway through.
Exactly. When he went up to meet you, it was clear it was no ordinary visitor. That spring in his step spoke volumes. I could feel his excitement.
Eat him! That's right!
Yeah, yeah.
Looks like we've got the people's support, something that I feel like...
We do not fully understand where you or the Exarch hail from, or why you've all... But we are deeply grateful nonetheless. So, if there is anything at all we might do to aid your journey, you need only name it.
You might have invited them to join us, where they're not so many.
God, I can't even tell the sarcasm coming from... I can't tell if the last comment was sarcasm at all, to be honest. But it seems like it. Oh, Warrior of Darkness, we will guys. But now... Well, okay. I'm very curious as to what kind of place the Tempest is. I can only think of it being some place that just happens to be floating on water, maybe, or underwater. Okay, looks like an underwater sort of location. Just from that singular image alone. we going to? Lakeland and... What? Oh, right here. Not. Might be easier to teleport to... Nah, it's too far. Better go for job and then fly from there. Come to think of it, I don't think anybody would want to watch me grind 8,000 collectibles. Gathering 8,000 collectibles. Because that doesn't exactly seem like a fun time, to be honest. But I gotta imagine how long that's gotta take. Wait, oh, it's gather 8,000 collectibles and craft 5,000, yeah. Craft 5,000 and collect 8,000. I still need to do my daily leave quests, but I'll do that later, I think. I have currently got nearly 7 PM now for me, so the game goes offline in 3 hours. You'd be surprised. Oh, I sure hope I would be. Well, I feel like I would be regardless. You mean surprised at how many people would watch me grind collectibles? Because I don't think I'd have much to say really, besides me just fumbling on my own speech. Maybe there are people who do enjoy watching people on the grind set, if you will. But then again, not a lot of people know that I even exist, really. Well, no, I say exist, I mean exist as like a streamer or something like that. Unless it's like just casually talking about random junk. Because I didn't stream for about a week because I was grinding out 1,000 fates. And that was just before I started doing the Stormbringers expansion. It was around that time. I assume I'm gonna have to go underwater here. Oh sweet, that was actually pretty seamless, I'm not gonna lie. Wait, so do I go up or down? Because if I go up, I'm gonna end up being over... Let's go closer to here, and then if I go up, just a bit... I'm just like, ooh. Okay. So it's around this high that I need to be. Is there some sort of cavern I need to go through? No. Actually, no, I can just go around here. Or is there... Oh. Usually these underwater areas tend to have like more sort of cavernous areas in the rocks below. Nope, that's not gonna work. I'm removing the cheaper teleport buff in favor of boost 2 XP for gathering, back to normal buffs tomorrow. Okay, sweet. I suppose we're not really even going to be technically playing tomorrow, it's going to be the day after tomorrow. Okay, so I'm flying on the water here. I need to go down, but how? That's the question. I'm definitely... Right, so I'm like up here, and if I go straight down, I don't think I can. What about here? Man plus map equals getting very lost. Oh, there we go. So I just need to interact with these rock formations to find what I'm looking for. This rock formation looks very sussy. Very sussy, was it? Need I say more? Now where's Orion? I've discerned ... that it's an ordinary island. Hold on, wait. Squeezed together here, I'm giving the impression of a certain primal. Bismarck. I feel like I hear that name all the time, but I've never really googled where did Bismarck originally come from. I feel like it might be from some sort of myth, from some cultural myth that is apparently a giant turtle, but I can't think as to where or why I thought that. Interesting though it might sound.
Wir Sach, Ilan Bismail. Fallen si lor wislan, ada si alinal.
Oh dear. I don't need to speak Fae to know that didn't go well.
Feol is gonna hopefully help us, I hope. You know what? Should do. Always way too happy to come up whenever.
Oh, my snake yak! You've learned to call me at last! And where do you go? On a trip? A journey? I knew you wouldn't give up without a fight. Oh, my precious mortal, I shall help you in any way I can. Yes, Bismail we picked. Van Dromi Drom Jacob. Van Red Rithje.
Bismarck has no choice now but to listen.
Be sure to scrub this one's teeth for him upon your return. It's only good manners.
It will be done, Your Majesty. Out.
An agreement is reached and your departure is at hand. You wingless ones best hold on to...
Hold on,
May
to
the
what exactly?
blessings of the Fae keep you safe in bar.
actually acting as a boat. That is okay. That is wild. Okay. Oh, and this is Calusi, if I remember right.
Back to the way it was.
What was you
Nervous is
expecting?
pretty depressed.
100 years of honey and rainbows? Seeing them Yulmore types wake up and smell the ashes was miracle enough for me.
The magic in the air when that ladder
And the ladder started moving.
And when that great hulking Talos rose up. Gods.
Sounds like he's had an absolute loss given everything that's
I'll
happened.
never behold anything so, mate.
What the? Do you see that?
It's a... He's a giant whale? What the heck was that?
Monster! Where did it even come? Whoa, yeah. It's not stopping.
It's definitely not stopping.
Run! Run!
Jesus Christ, that was wild. That was cool. I actually quite enjoyed that. Even oh, he's returning back to. Seems like he enjoyed it. So I thought that Bismarck was a giant turtle. He turned out to be a whale. That's. I'm surprised. I'll definitely mention that. I'm very surprised. But also, how are we underwater and not swimming, rather, still being able to walk?
Wow.
The breath of Bismarck. See how it swells to form a dome beneath the waves? The waters recede. The tempest's floor is laid bare. In defiance of the blinding sky, this place holds fast to its gloom. The last refuge of he who denies the light with every fiber of his being. You stand at the precipice, hero. Journey unto the heart of darkness. Finish it.
Where the heck is question mark? Yo, the Ondo cups. What the heck? So why does it have question mark here? Oh, wait, hold on. I'm very interested in how this map works when it goes from one place to another. What is this place? In the event that you leave, you speak with Enwell at the Venmont Yards in Calusia to return to the Tempest. Indeed. I'm sure he'd be more than happy to give us another flight. If we could even call it that. We've got ground to cover. Come to think of it, while I'm here, might as well... let's see, 5.3, 5.3... actually, 29.1... 7.2, so about... oh, it's right in front of me! I didn't even notice that the Aether Current was right in front of my face as I was looking at the map trying to discern its location. Makes me look like an absolute genius, not gonna lie. Right, 22.8. 22.8. 11.2. Given how things have gone so far in Shadowbringers, how variably out of whack things could get, one thing that I've noticed about the way the stories are told in Final Fantasy XIV as a whole is that you can never truly predict what's going to happen because there's so much that can happen. That seems like it seems crazy the more I think about it. How do I even begin to describe it? It's like I'm happy more stuff happens. It's just the stuff that does happen is just so out of whack that you can't help but be like, for lack of a better way of putting it, enthralled by it. You're kind of there in the moment as it happens. And granted, I have not been spoiled on anything Final Fantasy XIV related so far, even though I was planning on playing this game for a couple of years before I actually got to it, so I did have to buy Endwalker separately, since it didn't come with the collector's edition that I actually got. Yeah, it's just wild, really. Like, I don't even know where to begin. I'm surprised at how much I A, haven't been spoiled, and then B, just... I doubt many MMOs do have a story as good as this. But then again, as I've mentioned before, I haven't really played many MMOs at all. Which isn't saying much. I'll freely admit that. 31.5. 15.9. 15.9 and then 31.5. Yeah, let's go with it. Looks like Kiro in the Novus network is asking when it's going to be downtime. I wonder how long it's going to be for me to have that sort of Novus symbol next to my name, because I think I've chucked in enough time into this game where I don't think I'm a Novus anymore. Given like how far I've gotten into the story, and 2 hours and 50. Really? Oh yeah, it's 7:10. So yeah, 10 p.m. is when it'll shutter for us. Where do I have? Oh, there's a bridge over there. Well, this isn't even a bridge. What the heck is this thing? I can't even tell whether or not I'm actually underwater right now. Dagon. 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 Something like that. So many wild places, but every... That's... You're spitting facts there, Death Hollow, like, for sure. Honestly, it is... You're on the seabed, but the water is just gone. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because I could have sworn it... Because it kind of feels like there should be water here, and to some extent it kind of does. But now we kind of have run into the Sahagin lot that we've heard about when we were above land, but I think that it's good for a game like this to have as much unpredictability, because it keeps you engaged from beginning to end as far as the story goes. Yeah, the closer you get to the end of something, the more you're going to like answer those questions slowly but surely. And I mean, that's to be expected, I feel like. But at the end of the day, like, it all exists for good reason. It's very hard to keep that mystique and that magic, the mystery, the intrigue behind a story for as long as you can, before eventually when you do need to tie things up, you need to start answering those questions. I mean, all I can really say is I'm enjoying myself very much. I never expected to enjoy this game as much as I did. I feel like I could only keep saying that over and over again before it practically loses all meaning, but it honestly is true. It's wild. Now, I've only just got one more aetherite current. Yeah, I've only just got one more to do, which if I bring up the map, so we're looking at 5.3. It's the final countdown. Goddamn, Europe. What a song. Not the best song ever, but definitely a timeless classic. Here we are. I can always get to that one whenever I get to it, so I can just teleport back to the Ondo Cups. The Crock of Pearl. Okay. Man, we're like so close to the end yet so far at the same time. Because even though there's only, I assume, a handful of quests left, given that the current MSQ is level 79. We're bloody well close to it, that's for sure. What happened to this Ondo And then just runs off. Might be easy if I go around back the way I came. At least, yeah, that adds up. I could just teleport, but that's like 70. Oh, no, it's 100 at the moment. I forgot. Hopefully, when housing becomes available, not tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow, hopefully I'll have enough gil to buy a house. I mean, how much is a house, anyways? About 2 mil at the moment. Maybe I could buy like a plot or something. But then I don't want it to be immediately bulldozed over if my subscription were to expire. I need to look into housing. FF14 housing. I'll have plenty to read tomorrow about it. Why have you come? Was it you who took our water? Oh. Okay. So this is where the Ondo make their home. Hmm. How is he gonna help us? I mean, we seem to somehow be of threat, I guess, maybe? I would imagine that would be the case. Emissaries of the Ancient Ones. Seeing the illuminated and the shining through the gloom of the abyss. I think you might be talking about the Ascians. Illuminated land that the chieftain spoke of. I feel like Emmett Selleck definitely was the reason for the water being taken away, I feel like. We'll need to reason with the Sahagin, or I guess in this case the Ondo, just because we're in a different world altogether. They have a different name for everything. Funny that being the case. What to do? I'm still questioning the viability of me picking that as an option. As far as making them our allies. But in what capacity? Portia spawn. Things do not proceed. Why do I not remember him? the dry remain. Defeat blue swimmers. It's where we're looking for blue swim. There. Okay. I'm like trying to figure out which way I want to go, and it's like hard to figure out, should I take the front side or the back way or something in between? Being a first time visitor and all, it's hard to figure out like how you want to get from place to place. Ooh, 20 parties are recruiting at the moment? That is a lot more than usual. Yeah, all of these are locked duties. Fair enough. So just beyond here we should be able to reach the place that we want to. Oh yeah, so that's pretty much the entire corner really. Blue swimmer. This should be enough. At least I bloody well hope so. No, we only need to defeat 3 of them. 3 is the most bizarre number. I feel like when it comes to games and design, normally doing 3 of something just usually means that's usually, you know, one time could be just a fluke, so just to prove yourself, let's do it a couple more just for good luck. One more. Blue swim. Right there. Come to think of it, do I still have any not elegant tombstones? Those bizarre tombstones that I got from that I need to trade in with the Mughals. The original tombstones? Tombstones, I mean? I keep calling them tombstones, and that's not exactly what they are, but it's bloody well close enough. I'm gonna try and speed up what I'm doing so I can make it in time before the servers go down. Oh, I've got exactly 30 at the moment. Interesting. Alright. Innocence. Got another card. Sweet. Oysters on the half-shell meal. Cool. We're gonna lose road to 80 soon as well, so I need to make do with whatever leveling I can as well at the moment. Before the flood came, ancestors' home. So then what happened to the water exactly? That, like, the flood came, sure. Some buildings that were long stood underwater, yet somehow they've been spared by the scars of time. Current. I mean, we've visually been shown what the actual what the flood looked like as it happened, and that was wild. To see it then be frozen and now in its crystallized like status almost as if it were, as to the way it is now. It really gives you like pause for thought on like before the flood was stopped, just how much was going through the world. Now then, what's this quest here? The Call of the Cups. Is that important for me to do? It in fact is, yes. I do need to do that quest. Let's get to it. While I'm here, I wonder if journal. Oh, damn it! Why'd I go back? Here we go. How far off are we? Oh, that's not too far. Yeah, we can just go through from here. What I'll do is I'll pick up the MSQ as well while I'm here. I've still got a ways to go before I unlock the other quests needed to before I get the other quests to redo the currents. Yeah, I think that was why the water was gone. I think my massive dumbass brain didn't exactly pick that up particularly quickly, to be honest, and ended up causing waves up to the two poor sods that were watching from a distance. And then they had to run off. Which was still a bit of a funny watch, to be honest. For a cutscene, that was hilarious. Even though the results weren't ideal. Cough cough. It's used to steer a ship, okay. What is this? You find remnants of shattered bottles of wine. I suspect one contains something of great value. Can you tell me of their purpose? Okay. Makeshift weapons. I'm not that mean to just, you know, kind of like tell them obviously something that doesn't make sense. I mean, that's all general knowledge, I guess. Probably what he's learned. The Clutch Mother is in terrible distress. So that's what they refer to her. The Clutch Mother. or the leader of the Ondo rather. It almost sounds like a beehive, like the way which a queen bee works and everyone else is kind of like the worker bee. Maybe not one-to-one, but close enough. The City of Ancients. Okay, we've got a couple things we need to do. Let's start with inspecting all the cups from here. So what exactly are we looking for here? Building for defining features. Defining features, okay. The shoebill. I don't think that really counts for anything. Planoid larva. Is there anything that kind of sticks out of this building? Oh wait, hold on, what's that? Nah, that doesn't really mean anything. How does that window count as a defining or discerning feature? Use the mithril knife to collect scrappings from the window wall. Okay. I suppose, you know, this is the inherent busy work that you know, sometimes find yourself in. I was kind of hoping that the little wind-up Nanoma was actually going to appear on my shoulder, but no such luck this time, unfortunately. But more often than not, she usually does tend to be there. Isn't the structure itself made out of stone? So I feel like scratching it with a blade is going to be very difficult. Unless there's something very particular about the minerals surrounding the building. Who are the ancients the Ondo claim? I still think there is something to do with the Asians, I feel like. Ancient ones. Who else could it be? Unless it has something to do with the Elegans to some extent, like this world's version of the Elegans. And I'm just trying to like search for like, or think about what other theories there could be. But ancient Ascian seems like the best way to go about it. Mural in the Katana Revel. Ah, right, those murals that were made by Emexelic's own words. It depicts a city of eons past and the disaster which befell it. It makes me wonder where Ascians came from originally, like, and then how did they then learn upon the power in which they have in order to then create what they've done, whether it be the Garlean Empire or these structures here on the first. No doubt that there is a lot going on at the moment. It's just a matter of trying to figure it out. Find a structure which resembles those in the copies of the Katana Revel mural, then inspect it from the survey point. Okay, so if I go through, where's my inventory? Here we go. Search for the structure which resembles one of the buildings in this mural. Okay. And inspect it from the survey point. The survey point will be found nearby in a location which allows a full view of the structure. The area further northwest of the Ondo Cups. The Ascians came from the original world, so they have all the power that modern people lost when Hydaelyn sundered the world. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about that, and the primal summoning is basically just a fraction of their old power. No, they did mention that. I completely forgot because the Ascians were the ones who summoned the guy whose name I can't seem to remember, and then the people summoned Hydaelyn to keep his power in check. Crap, I'm forgetting names now at this point. I should be remembering this. But the theory was, and what Emexelic pretty much said, is that Hydaelyn is no different from that of a primal, essentially, and that we are all, in theory, enthralled by Hydaelyn, essentially. That's what was explained, but at the same time, because it's Emmett that's actually explaining it, it just kind of seems like something that is hard to believe in that sense, but none of it has really been proven yet. And I say yet, like, you never know. It could very well be that he's saying facts. And that we're just trying to look away from it to stop Zodiac. Zodiac, yeah, that's the name I was thinking of. Into 14. So Hydaelyn is a primal, but it's a primal made by a race way stronger than us working together. But at the same time, Hydaelyn still technically exists, albeit even if her power is not as strong. Why is Hydaelyn only a crystal now? Did Hydaelyn appear in a different form, which I assume is the case? there's a lot more to Heidelin than what we really even know. It's worth noting Heidelin isn't the crystal is just the medium they use. That's true. I guess I didn't really consider that the crystal was the medium being used, rather than Heidelin being the crystal. Because they always refer to her as, like, especially in the earlier parts of the story, as, like, the mother crystal. So I've always, like, wondered why, but it then does bring up the question as to besides being a primal, just who or what Heidelin really is. How much of the tower's height lies hidden beneath the ground, I wonder. But after, like, all of the stuff that happens and then Endwalker, it's interesting to see what the new adventure is going to be from there. I know that I'm, like, way too early and even, you know, thinking about what that would be, because there's still so much more for me to get through. But I can't help but think, like, what, you know, I'm assuming that Endwalker's got a pretty definitive ending given its name and everything. It just has that feeling about it. I don't even know where to begin, but it's just the name Endwalker. This whole story arc from A Realm Reborn to Endwalker is all about Heidelin and Zodiac and their clash, rather. But that might be a far simpler way or a very simplified explanation of, like, the events. At least from what I've seen, while still attempting to stay away from anything that goes too into details of actual plot points. Come to think of it, how many? I wonder. I know that the Savage Alexander and Savage Eden are going to be really hard, but I wonder like what kind of team I would need to recruit to be able to do that. Be interesting to know. Because I fully well intend to do those raids for sure. But I suppose better to focus on the story, live myself up, and do some of those. It just makes a lot of the earlier ones a lot easier to do. Anything else you can do? Into the World of the Forgotten. To the south. How far south are we going exactly? Journal. Where are we at? Ah, okay, so it is much further south. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna hand in Call of the Cups. And now go south from here. I'm just trying to think, how do I want to level up my characters? Not characters, rather my classes. Because I've got a decent levels across the board, I should say. Machinist, Monk, Samurai, Reaper, and Summoner. Sitting at 80 each, well... less so for Summoner, rather. No, not Summoner, what was the other class? Crap, yeah, better go up. Looks like I'm gonna have to go around. That might be easier to go south. Anyway, Fisher, Botanist, Miner, Collier. I think after I've finished the story, I'm probably going to try and unlock every single duty as well in the game. I'm pretty sure there must be like a master list on like a wiki somewhere, because I would definitely be interested to like see like where many of the, you know, these sort of side stories go. While they might not affect the main story, I'm pretty sure with like the level of writing that we're looking at here, just how much, you know, all of this will actually offer. Or how interesting like the actual side plots are going to be. Where's the entrance? Ah, here we go. The workbench. Looks like an interesting place, so what are we doing here? Oh. Grindold, this is the guy we're looking for. Probably be a good idea to psych him up. Let's see. Do we have psych? You know, I was honestly expecting another Onda. But to see another person here? Remember the cardinal virtues thing. It's important now. I mean, I do remember the cardinal virtues thing. Okay, now you've piqued my interest, Death Hollow. Like, I'm definitely wondering what you mean by it. It's going to be real important now. Only one way to find out, and that's to keep going. Ugh. This guy's got depression to a T, I feel like. You've heard their beliefs, have you? Bringing light to their worlds. Be an act of deep religious and cultural significance. It's my privilege as a craftsman to be tasked with providing a ritual instrument worthy of the occasion, but I can't. I just can't bloody well. Okay, no, he's an artist. I can tell from the way that he's talking. He needs that sense of inspiration, something that'll really get him muse. Yeah, getting him a good muse, a right good kick up the ass. Which I don't believe he actually asked for us to kick him in the ass. By no means. Grendel seeks a very particular kind of inspiration, the kind that crystallizes only at the culmination of a long and tragic tale. Ah, okay. So I do remember that we needed to do a particular storyline at the what's it called? The Crystarium. I never really did that, and now I've got to go back and actually do it. And it's so close to the end as well. Let's go to the pendant. And since I'm a DPS class, I might as well go for that storyline. No greater sport. Is that the one? I wonder if I change my class to a healer. Let's say, do I have my scholar fairy gauge? And that unlocks tradition and travails. Okay, so in that case, what am I doing? Science. All right, let's do a mini quest line. What is he on about? A bounty hunter. I did remember a mention of the cardinal virtues, but I didn't really do any of the quest lines for him, so I guess that kind of I didn't do any of the quests for him. I'm definitely shrugging along with the Warrior of Light right now. Just being like, yeah, it's what the heck have I got myself into? 2 full jobs. So I recommend doing this with the class you intend to finish the stories because they'll give you level 80 gear. Oh hell yeah! Then no better class than a Reaper. Oh actually wait, hold on. Because I'm leveling up my Reaper and I was intending on getting level 80 gear using my elegant tombstones of poetics. Because I've got like nearly 2,000 of them. You know what, I'm good either way. I'll stick with the Reaper. Melee range, magic tank healer. The game is surprisingly, what's the word? Generous with quite a lot of the equipment that, you know, they give you. Oh, very much so. I'd imagine it would be very nice to have. I do intend to like upgrade everyone's equipment to level 80 gear anyways, and then post Endwalker level 90 of course. But I still got many class-based quests to do as well. Though I was kind of leaving that more on the back burner, but it's probably not a good idea to do that. Which way are we going? Yeah. Okay, so we're just gonna put the meat in the destination. Alright, now where's the wild beast? Or do we have to wait elsewhere? Ah, here we go. Alright, where are we at? A ravenous Smilodon. I should do the other quest lines anyways. I don't really play a healer at all. But I mean, I've got a Scholar and Sage unlocked at the moment, so I suppose it's not all bad. Alright, we're gonna go back to Lurik. Though I suppose it's worth hunting, sometimes you do need to hunt monsters for sport, but that's how you survive out in the wild. Though, certainly don't want to come off as jaded as I say that. Right. So we're going to the pendants. Crap, he's all the way over there. Please log out before the maintenance begins. Noted. Noted. 8 Australian Eastern AEST, so that's 10 p.m. for me. Oh, we've got 2 hours. Though I suppose I'm wondering if that's still even enough. That of the virtue I have engaged you to hunt with me. Okay. Tell me more. Andrea is the name and she runs the Lord Vart. Fallen warrior of light and renowned hunter of the Eld. Oh. I can't help but think I can kind of see where this is going. Was once the warriors of light in this world known as the warriors of dark on the source, which is where we're from, have now become sin eaters after being consumed, or well, after they gave their light in order to attempt to stop the flood. Now I feel like I'm thinking a little bit too much into it. Which is where I think the cardinal virtues thing actually happens. Or like they are being the cardinal virtues rather. Why is he looking so surprised? Recently sighted an armorang in the vicinity of Samel's backbone. I can't remember where Samel's backbone is though. Mortsuk. The ability to fly is going to make things so much easier getting around. Okay, that was the massive backbone that we saw before. It's literally on the map, but I never really thought too much into it. To this way. Some of these cacti look real bloody strange though. I kind of wish they kept like just massive normal cactuars. Oh. I was sure I was gonna have to fight something. Just south of Twitch is another spot. Malik Tinder, level 80. Not something that I'd want to take on by myself just yet. Oh. Though seeing a red and yellow cactus isn't exactly ideal. almost there. This thing's AoE is pretty wide, not wide, but pretty long as far as like how far I can shoot. Vengeance and defeat. Oh, nearly flew over the whole damn thing. Okay, here we go. So we're here, but where is... Oh, she's the one we're after. So it's the archer lady person thing. Archer slash bard. That looks like a coral. No. That is massive antlers. What the heck? The Scourge of Norvrun. The Devourer of Souls Barlam quits. Flanking maneuvers as discussed. Wait for my signal and then we'll strike as one. I feel like this hunt is going to go very wrong. And I don't think arrows is going to be enough to take him on. Just straight up knocked them all out. Wow. Something that's well known all over the world is ideally going to be something super strong. I don't know what these guys were expecting. Ooh. Okay, so they're dead, but she managed to survive. But then I feel like we might end up finding out how she became one of the Warriors of Light, or as we now know as the Warriors of Darkness. Two warriors were killed while hunting a great horned beast. A beast. The surviving companion vows to slay and revenge. That seems to sum up a lot of what happens. But is this truly an accomplishment? The plot certainly is getting thicker. That much is for sure. I am going to be trying to speed this up a little bit because I don't know how much is actually going to play into the story, but or how much of this is going to play into the story proper, rather than just giving that one dude a bit of inspiration based on like the stuff we're about to tell him of this adventure. The daring duo of bounty hunters. He's getting a little bit too excited. Call him a gillionaire. Cardinal virtues are the warriors of darkness, former warriors of light turned sin eaters. Yeah, I think that was less of like a theory and more of like, I think that's pretty much what was just explained by this dude here. Though I guess that was like me sort of interjecting my thoughts on like what we were kind of looking at. Honestly, it's kind of sad to see what happened to them. For them to have become, you know, these cardinal virtues that we're now fighting against. Like, it's unfortunate. It's equal parts sad as it is unfortunate, and man, it's wild. Honestly, like it. Of course, they didn't deserve that. I mean, they like the Ardent's lot, they were pretty much tossed out from the, like, hated by everyone, and being considered as like the cause of the flood. I can't not begin to say just how they've had it rough pretty much for every single thing that's kind of happened. I feel like there genuinely is no rest for the wicked, or no rest for the living rather. But I doubt that what they're in is any sense of living whatsoever. I mean, all we're doing right now really is just hunting sin eaters, in the hopes that we can find the cardinal virtue that we're looking for and slay them. It's sad, it really is. You know, those guys didn't deserve to have this happen to them of all things. Yeah, sure, they crossed paths with us and, you know, definitely not the most likable bunch during that time. But the game did a damn good job in humanizing them enough to the point where now I kind of feel bad for what did happen to them, in spite of how much pain they tried to, you know, inflict upon us as the warriors of light in our own world instead. I feel like I'm talking in circles, but at the end of the day, like, it kind of gets the idea across of like, that's how my thought pattern is at the moment. Not just about like the characters that will, what would I even call them? I mean, I'm better off calling them cardinal virtues now that we kind of know who or what they are. Well, regardless, you know, they're still not like worth. What happened to them was unfortunate, and it can't be helped. But it's just kind of, this is where we are now. Wait, do I want to teleport to you more? Oh yeah, that's probably going to be easier. Where is... Wait, so I need to go to the understory? Wait, what? Hold on. The canopy. Wait, I was just there right now. I swear, this place I got lost very quickly when I first arrived in Yormul. Trying to find my way around and not being able to figure out where it is that I was supposed to go. I don't know if it's like how structurally the whole place was designed, but regardless, I did certainly get lost, and using a map didn't really help much either. Show an idiot the way, he'll probably find his way. Give him a map and try to get him to figure it out. Probably more likely to get lost more than anything, but the hell, it's me that I'm talking about, so not much can really be added onto that. They did do the thing, they just didn't realize. Oh, that is messed up. Honestly, I kind of, you know, respect the writing and everything, and the fact that this is part of the MSQ without being part of the MSQ at the same time. Similar to like what they did with Crystal Tower. Oof. That's rough. This warrior of light / darkness lot are definitely a tough lot to equal parts attempt to sympathize, yet feel bad. Well, sympathize means to feel bad for, but to agree that there is any semblance of right or wrong, because there's so much more nuance as to what's going on at the moment. Hell, even I'm struggling to kind of describe it, really. Really does make you wonder. When all of this was being written out, how long after or during the development of Stormblood, or like how far each expansion was in development prior to the last. The Hunter's Legacy. It's also worth keeping in mind that these the Warriors of Darkness lot are also 100 years old. So, Lou Reek right now saying that, you know, there's stories or legends of people that he grew up with. Because immediately I had thought of like, wait, how old is this Ray person? And then I realized, oh crap, this happened 100 years ago. So obviously, you know, people are going to be about a century old, let alone a millennia. Which is wild. Probably be easier to teleport to the right and fly from there. A sense of time and space, how far reaching every little bit is, being the main crutches of like the story behind Shadowbringers altogether. Wasn't the Tempest? Alright. That is the MSQ that's referring to. Oh, here we go. Of all the reasons you could have had. Less so after the flood. It was fresh, still fresh in everyone's minds. Causing the flood unknowingly and then giving up their lives to then stop the flood, only to then be corrupted and turned into monsters. There really is no rest for the living, not at all. And again, that can't even be called living anymore. Just thinking about like how Arbit might think of all of this. Though I don't think we're going to be seeing him anytime soon until a little later on. Fury and Arbit and the others who spoke of the terrible battle. I feel like I only keep saying like the same thing in different ways, but it's rough. It really is. The way everything just has, you know, been written and is now being kind of put together in front of us. Yeah, unfortunately the poor guy, like the poor fellow's folks aren't exactly in the right state of mind by any means. Given how that interaction went with him in the previous quest. Yikes. That's all I have to say. God, there's so many fates everywhere. It reminds me that I've still got like another 2,000 to go. Ah, that's wild. Oh, should change this. $76. Okay. Wait, is it actually her? Oh, it is. Are we getting another flashback? No. Hit it? Looks like the echo is doing its thing again. This is beastie. Oh wait, so we're playing as her fighting the oh, okay. Do I need to get closer? Okay, radiant arrow. All I can really do is just keep spamming attack. Down for the count for like another 6 seconds. Damn. Acidic bite. God damn, what was wrong with you? Use the arrows. So every time he yells, like, or roars rather. Ah, okay, so I have to hit him with a dulling arrow before he's about to roar. Okay. It shows that I never played as an archer or a bard, really. Looks like dulling arrow can only really be used during at one point in time. So I'm going to use the poison arrow and hope that that does a decent amount of damage. When you use the Paternal Roar, I use dulling arrow each time. And if my health drops low, I can just use Hunter's Prudence. Alright, so that makes sense. We've got a strategy down. And every move kind of to some extent makes sense. So. Ooh. That is a massive range. Though I suppose it's nothing special when you really think about it. Ooh, I just barely made it out of range of that attack. God damn, holy cow, okay. Alternating current. Mortal Blast. I should probably get Howl's Blast Radius for sure. Rumbling Thunder. Has no effect. Heartburn. So what did I miss? I hate it when like events have something so very specific that you need to do. I'm just gonna hide on this side. Barely made it out of range. But thankfully I at least made it all. The wall. Interrupted, so now he's nothing. I think another 10 seconds to do it. Nope. I don't think there's any enemy like this in any other part of the game as far as I can tell. Oh, he's gonna use raw. There we go. Just barely managed to stop it. But this is definitely going to take a while to like chip that health bar down. Why does he have so much health anyways? Barely out of range, but out of range nonetheless. Hold on. I don't think I made it out of range, damn it. Okay, cool. I'm so close to hitting 50% health on the bottom quits. So very close right now. Okay, here we go. So this is where we kind of stop. I saw the dialogue boxes and I thought to myself, these are more of like the cinematic duties that just happen to kick in, and it's not really just running around beating up monsters, but then there being a slight event partway through where like everyone gets stunned and all the rest of it, and other characters start to do their own thing. Oh, thank goodness I didn't pick healer then death, because that would have been pretty wild. I can't really be trusted to be much of a healer, so I think probably sticking with DPS might have been the easier option for the most part. Though I'm wondering, Deatholu, like, did it take you a few tries before you got it, or was it like, or was it like something that you kind of had to do a bunch of times before you were like, oh, now it counts, or now it worked, as opposed to what might have happened in like previous attempts? Because when you say bad experience, I can't think of any particular experience that I've had in this game that I could describe as bad, to be completely honest. I didn't think at any point, other than through flashback, would we ever see the whole kind of gang together again. Oh, okay, so this is how they got their hands on the crystals that they used at the end. That's wild. What the heck? That's probably the nice way of putting it. Good luck with that. A bit of falling out. Took several tries on stream and just got really frustrated. That genuinely does suck, the number of times you kind of have to like go through it over and over again. not gonna lie, the time limit is starting to get to me now because I've got 1 hour and 15 minutes left before the game goes offline. And I still feel like I'm pretty far off actually pretty far off completing it. What I was intending on completing. So I think my claims might be a little unfounded at the moment to try and complete Shadowbringers before finishing the stream today. Fellowship restored. Now we want to go to where Lucre is. Lurik, yeah. Should be easy enough to find. He's in the same spot for the most part. Or not, he doesn't really even seem to be here. Question the people of the Wandering Stairs, okay. The Mr. Lordling? Honestly, the poor guy's had it tough as well. Whether it be parent issues or anything else in between. Raktika. I suppose the whole like doing the same thing over and over again on stream is a bit of a frustration, but entertaining for probably like the followers and viewers and all the rest of it. I'd imagine that to be the case. I don't know what to do with some of these like botted chats, to be honest. Better to ignore it. Ooh, the echo kicking in again. I don't think him being there is such a good idea. Is that? It's all of them. Except, of course, the obvious one who's missing from there. I didn't think we were going to see all of them, to be honest. Hey, it happens uncontrollably, man. We can't control some of these things here. I wonder where all of this is going to lead. In an attempt to rebuild the warriors of light but in the form of the Sin Eaters that they are. Well, not rather Sin Eaters, but rather I wonder what picking 3 dots would, the ellipses would have done. Nothing good, that's for sure. Like you need to say anymore. I was on board from the beginning. To Calusia. Here you go. Ooh, I'm really starting to lose energy at the moment. Steam is definitely running low at the moment. Oh, interesting. Determination plus 8%, vitality and spell speed. I haven't made good use of materia yet, so hopefully I'll be able to make good use of them later on. In fact, I don't think any of my equipment actually has any materia affixed on it at the moment. So I should probably probably should do something about that. It's a symbol of party of followers. I mean, it wasn't his fault completely by any means. That you have acquitted yourself rather poorly as a bounty hunter and have brought terrible shame upon your family name. Ouch. Materia buffs are nice and they don't really do that much normally. It's mostly an in-game thing, I think. That's fair enough. When you level yourself up and kind of, you know, get the best equipment that you can get your hands on, despite the massive variety of equipment. I feel like those minor increases using materia buffs just happen to add that little bit more that you might need. It's like when I try and do like maybe do Eden on Savage, that might be the kind of stuff that I'm looking at. At the end of the day, when it comes to RPGs and stats, every little bit helps. Plus, it does make sense, at least. Where am I going? The crystal. Crystalline vein. Oh my god, the dude who actually just spends the entire day dancing in Limbs of Laminta actually responded in the Novus chat. Peanuts. Here we go. Let us wait here. I wonder if he's preparing himself. Noisemaker arrows. Interesting. So he's going for trying to hit on her weaknesses. Here goes something. Let's defeat her once and for all now. Because I think it's about time we finally got into a battle. In this kind of like mini storyline, if you will. Level 8420. Nice. I'm sure my gear's good enough. Should do. Oh, right. We need to take all of them on? let's get rid of the healer first. Because I certainly don't want him to do any funny business here. So that's usually the good way to go, is just go for the healer and then hope that nobody else starts attacking. Nyx's immaculate Magus. I just hope that, like, Reek doesn't, you know, fall over and die or anything. I've got Knight and Magus's attention, while he's got Warrior's attention. So at the very least, I'm, like, keeping the heat off him. Race against the clock. Who will win? Time isn't looking too good at the moment anyways. 58 minutes. But an hour is only so long. I think given that I'm pretty sure at the end of the game that we're gonna, not the end of the game, but rather during the Shadowbringers quest, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to do a duty finder. That in and of itself is probably reason enough for me to believe I'm not gonna finish it, but I digress. It could be a hell of a lot worse. I did genuinely want to stream the rest, but I guess server maintenance permitting probably would have done that. And surprisingly enough, I've been going for about 3 hours and 15 minutes. Wait, where's Immaculate Knight? Or am I missing something here? Oh, I was already on him, man. I was always going to attack with the knight. I just barely made it out of range. But I had to sprint out of it just to make sure that I had a spot to run into. Oh jeez. Oh, I am going to get hit every damage push. That AoE is insanely huge. What the heck? Given that I can somehow get behind him, that's the key to really avoiding that particular attack. Okay, start going. Honestly, the Immaculate Knight doesn't have that much more health left. He's at least half down, which is the main thing. That at the very least, we're kind of getting somewhere with the amount of damage I do to him. Oh, geez. Nope. Out of here, out of here. Is it just me that the range of that attack is a lot smaller? Or maybe I'm just really imagining things and I've gotten very unlucky with its placement. Almost there. Let's go. Hold it, Smith is Andrea. Come on, Lurie, don't die on me. We've survived this far. Surely we can make it to the end. It can't be that difficult. At least I play well, hope not. But you know, I could be proven wrong about that. Luckily, Andrea doesn't have much health, being a DPS class at the very least. There. Ready to go off on the side, I reckon, yeah. Forgot the housing, there's a housing lottery that I need to partake in to get a house. I forgot about that. So much for remembering the stuff. There she lay, bound to disappear. Wait, is that white orosite? No, it's not orosite, it's the crystal that she had, that she held. Shadow Keeper of the Flood, come what may, we will face it together. That just about summed up what the the Warriors of Darkness essentially went through. Being heroes by saving the world, being turned into villains because destruction, and then ultimately just disappearing and turning into monstrosities never to be looked at again, and with no one knowing what the truth behind everything was, and ultimately their existence falling flat. I mean, what more does there really even need to be said in that regard? Lurik is way too excited, all things considered. With teleport. Actually, no wait. Better to go via journal. There we are. What do I know about him? Better to say as little as possible, I reckon. I mean, that's a conversation happening there, if I've ever seen it. Too bad none of this was voiced, otherwise I would have definitely sat through the whole, like, amount being voiced. But then again, time's ticking. I probably should have looked at my reward before I picked it up. Hold on. Completed Alright, time to continue the MSQ. Where am I going again? The Tempest train. Ooh, I can just feel my controller vibrate with every step that drake makes. I wonder, are more people playing FF14 on like PC? I'm pretty sure that must be the case, rather than on PS4 or PS5. I wonder what the kind of split would be on that. It would be interesting to know. It will also be interesting to know how many people actually got 14 when it first released back in 2010. I mean, I know it was bad, but I never really lived through just how bad it genuinely was. A lot to be said about something like that. And now it's one of the most celebrated MMOs of all time at this point. Ah, so the crystal is a key item that you provide. Quick tongue, battle dance, and piety. Spell speed and spell skill are the ones that I usually seem to lean more towards. Heaven's Eye Materia. Newfound inspiration. I mean, it's good that he's got inspiration now, but you know, these artsy types, it's hard to tell with some of these lot, you know. So what does it look like exactly? Okay. The willingness to craft. Thank the gods for the crystal years, while I never gotten it back. I suppose I guess with his story, it's more like, you know, don't ever really give up. Well, as long as you don't give up, you'll be less likely to. Oh crap! Well, yeah, pretty much don't give up. I suppose that's easier said than done. For many who are quick to give up when it comes to things seeming as, you know, seeming hopeless or even anything along those lines. What the hell am I even talking about?
O stewards of the Ondo.
So wait, what's supposed to happen exactly?
That crystal you showed. Was it... Did it belong to one of my friends?
Ah, that's a cheeky way
I
of
tried
putting
to
it.
give you a measure of privacy. No one wants a spirit looking over their shoulder every moment of the day. So tell me, if you would.
I suppose now in the grand scheme of things with the story, it makes sense as to who...
Was Render raised then?
Maybe not. Okay, so there is some specificity there.
Strange that I should learn such things now, after they're long gone. I didn't expect death to teach me so much. About them, about Seto, about you, about the hope that hides. I've never been one for idle chit-chat, but if by some miracle I could see them all again, I doubt I would ever stop talking.
Death is much like hindsight, I feel like. It really makes you realize a lot of things.
I reckon I'll stick with you. To the very end.
Apologies, we were a little late.
Alpha note? Yep, the rest of the lot.
It seems we've succeeded in gaining the...
The delay wasn't exactly welcome, but at least our many hands made light work. And they seemed especially impressed with your contribution.
Y'shtola was telling us those structures may date back to...
An Ascian homeland. Despite his many protestations, I never quite believed Emmett Selk was telling the truth.
Nor I. But there is no denying the evidence before our eyes. Clearly this was once a great city. A home they would see restored, no matter how many tens of thousands of years it takes.
It's a hollow dream when you think about it. Even if they manage to rejoin all the worlds, they'll never bring back the ones who will. But would I have done any different?
Would any of the main characters have done any different if they were on their side? On the side of the Ascians, I mean. I suppose we're barely holding up as is.
You have completed your
Yes. To the honored ancient.
Might we trouble thee then to tell us more of the illuminated...
To the west of here lies a great trench. Curious, we ventured closer.
An entire city?
The buildings we spied were akin to our own everlasting abodes. Impossibly. We understood at once the ancients had risen. There could be no doubt. Taken with terror, we retreated to the cups, and I decreed that none should enter the trench.
Until a sign.
Might it still be possible to reach this city of the ancient?
With no water to drown you, a finless one could now travel there. Yes. I am convinced you are the sign for which we have been waiting.
Well, I mean, at least we're getting some cooperation from these guys, the Onda. So, at the very least, we appreciate that much.
Shall we?
Okay, we're about as low as we need to go. We just need to keep moving forward. Here we go. I think without fins it would be near impossible to make it this far. But then again, we are able to swim, sort of. Since we visited the Ares and Stormblood. So there's Reed. Let's keep moving forward. I'm sure, like, I mean, these places are thickly detailed, which I really appreciate. Looks really cool too. Again, for a sucker like me who likes some ocean views and things like that, kind of being underwater in an area with no water in it really starts to show just some nice views, sort of here and there. So wait, does that mean they need to just keep going forward? Wait, so where am I right now? So there's Ondo Cups, and then I went down. Where on earth am I? Oh, there. Okay, so... Does that mean they need to go this way? So do I go up or do I go further down? Ah, okay. And the question is, where does this lead? Yeah, I agree with you. There's although like the final stretch didn't need to be dragged out as much as it is. Though I suppose the realization came a little bit too late when I remembered, oh crap, I had to do that little mini quest line before I could reach the next part of the story. All things considered, what I'm probably going to do is just finish off the Illuminated Land MSQ. And once I finish this quest, I'll probably just end the stream there because the game's only got half an hour left. Oh, just as I say half an hour, the whole maintenance news message pops up on the bottom left. Let's hang out with fish people. It's like, But I suppose the thing that hurts the most is wanting to go through the dungeon. That's what I'm more excited about. Catch my stream when I avoid the final. Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna continue the MSQ right away. When the servers come back on, I'll save that for my next stream, and I'll just like try and grab collectibles instead, because that's something that I'm wanting to do. So I'll just like grind collectibles, and next time I hit this MSQs, I'll do that in my next stream. which will not be tomorrow, but rather the day after tomorrow, because well, with the servers being down for like 24 hours, that's not ideal either. But yeah, so I imagine it must be like 5 a.m. for you, right, Deathholder? Like 5 a.m., like 6 a.m. maybe. I'm taking a random stab in the dark with just randomly guessing time frames. Was I not going the right way this whole time? I definitely think I went the wrong way by going back up all the way again. I can't help but think that I get lost quite easily around here. It's like, yeah, sure, I know where to go. Let me just look at my map and then figure it out from there. Jesus. Holy cow. Hold on, wait. Where's, if I go down that same path that I just came from, I realized that like not being able to fly around is so much more painful than I realized it has any reason to be. Yeah, okay. Let's go down this way. Because I'm like nearing the point where I can finally do the remaining side quests rather, to attune the remaining aether currents so I can just fly around on my mount. Okay, now I just need to go down this way. At least I very well hope this is the right way. I don't think there's any other places that I can teleport to, rather. Yeah, I don't know why you'd ever want to go back to this zone after you're done with it. As neat and cool design-wise as it is, it's too maze-like for it to be a viable traveling method. Because it leads to a dead end, doesn't it? Like, it doesn't look like it really leads anywhere. Now, at least not that I can see, or, I mean, it's not immediately obvious either. Okay, so there's Urianger, and then... Did I just go backwards this whole time and not realize it? Come on, brain, you're still awake in there, right? least I know how to get back here again. Jesus, how did I miss all of this? See an enemy. I'm just gonna go across, just so the anemones stop attacking me. Yep, there you go. So now off they go, so I can go back and speak to Alpha now. Squishy tubes. I didn't notice the sound until you pointed it out, and then I was like, wait, what is that squishy sound? And it's like, oh no, it's the tubes. Hold on. I just got chills going down my back for just... Oh, did this bridge have to be as big as it is? I mean, as long as it is. Oh. 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 That squishy sound. I mean... At the very least, like, you know, Squared really does put attention to detail in their sound effects, at least. In a very good way, or a very questionable way. I don't know how you want to describe that, but we'll go with it. It could be a hell of a lot worse. Just saying. A bowl of macaroni. I feel like that doesn't do it enough justice. I feel like it... I'm thinking of macaroni that wasn't already boiled. It's... I can't help but think that it kind of sounds like an attempt at fisting a bowl of worms. And I mean like chonky worms. Maybe that was a little bit too visceral of a explanation, not even an explanation, but rather like a metaphor. Left before 24 hours. Man, these guys really like reminding me just how long it takes before the servers go down. They fist the bowl of worms, and then the worms are currently having a big pile of goopy worms. I don't even know how to react to that. What I would say for sure is that, like, when you crush like worms together, it becomes like this sort of near liquidy mess that if you keep punching it, it still continues to make that sort of I don't even know how to like make the sort of squishy sound, and it only becomes worse the more you keep punching the worms that you've kind of crushed together in that way. And I'm sure there's a lot of different things you could use to make that sort of sound effect. And I'm sure we could have like described it in a lot like much weirder ways, granted. I mean, gummy worms are more solid because they're made out of jelly, whereas actual worms are much softer. I don't even know why I'm comparing gummy worms and actual worms. but oh wow.
When the
I'll move the mouse off the screen. Here we go.
And
So
we are seeing the same view.
that
The remnants in the Ondo settlement were solid material structures. But these...
the final
Everything
zone,
here
huh?
pulses with ether.
I mean, just looking at that town looks insane. Like, it's massive. I mean, what the heck? The end of a world. This is the last quest I need to do in order to unlock the remaining quests to get the ability to fly. Ooh. If I can just reach that. Ooh, let's swap back to here. Imposing looking doors. So that must mean that this entire, like, the rest of this area must be the Ascian city. That's wild. What the heck? A long dead city that just happened to be under the ocean and now no longer is because we kind of, you know, didn't exactly think about the wildlife as we jumped in on a massive flying whale. I can't imagine what it would be like to be a pixie, let alone looking around and being like, man, everything is absolutely bloody massive. But I don't think the Ascians, by definition, were always that massive. Well, I mean, he did invite. So it does make sense to some extent. Akora Heights. The echoing voice. But if the Ascians had their own city, then why on earth would they then create Garlemald? Because that was born by Ascians. And while Ascians purely exist for the the creation of chaos, or to sow the seeds of chaos throughout the world, I mean, check this place. Oh, what the heck? Maria Quest. What the heck? That dude on the left just disappeared. There's a bunch more. What the heck's going on around here? There's a couple more there. The Ascians were ruling the entire original world. Garlemald was just used to manipulate people. Yeah, no, that checks out. That checks out for sure. Ruling the entire original world before it was split into multiple pieces, which is of course the whole, as we kind of discussed before, the clash between Zodiac and Hydaelyn, and Hydaelyn's ability to be able to split, not rather split, but being able to dismantle a living being, essentially. I just want to be able to attune with the Aetheryte, but also I wanted to hit a resting spot so I could log out. I think this is probably the best place to do so. And with no less than about 12 minutes to spare. Why summon Zodiac? I can't help but think it has something to do with desperation to some extent. I think that the why originally summon Zodiac, that's a good question. I feel like the Ascians may have been very well threatened by something, and out of fear they summon Zodiac. What that is, I couldn't really, we don't really have much info on that as of right now. But I feel like more often than not, primals are summoned in the place of fear and not unjust, but rather uncertainty of their race. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Ascians were kind of in that sort of same position, and that's why they summoned Zodiac. But that's just a random theory that I'm throwing out there. Not like I have much backing on that theory, but I might as well put that out on the internet before I, cross the line to further into the story and then realize, oh, either I am completely wrong or kind of right or hit the nail on the head. It's really a matter of time before we kind of really find out what's going on there. Best way I could describe it, really. Not like there's much else that could be the issue. That could be because nothing else in the game has so far led me to believe otherwise. But then again, anything can happen. In any case, I am bloody tired and I'm gonna go to sleep, so I'm gonna end the stream here. Next time I'm gonna stream will be around the same time I started today, about 4 hours ago. Not tomorrow, but rather the day after tomorrow, since servers are going to be down for 24 hours. I'm looking forward to those answers for sure. In any case, I'll catch you next time.